Welcome back. We are here at the Circuit de la Sarthe for Race Spot's coverage of the PCA 24. I'm Joe Peak taking you into the evening, and we have a race on our hands here for this 24-hour event that sees ST Racing Esports number 28 up at the lead currently in that number 30 machine. Leon Seeley currently in that car. That is in the GTPs. When you hit the GTEs, it is Matrix Bronze with Matthew Siddall in the number 55 leading. And that takes us down to the GT3 class with Full Sends Racing 222 and Joshua Power in that car leading that class. We had a bit of a battle that you could see on the screens if you've been watching up till now. Unfortunately, that has broken apart. The Stallions Racing team just had a wreck. That number 8 car was in a long fight with Schadenfreude fodder, and this is the incident that separated them, but they had already been overtaken. So into the Porsche curves, they go off the track and then looked like they had a bit of an adventure finding their way back on. Thankfully, looks like, I don't think they actually got into the wall. Rex Jarawala, currently in that car, carries on without much more incident than that. But that honestly breaks up what was our closest fight in this race up until now. And I'm double checking our timing and scoring to see who is closer than that actual battle that we had for a while. But unfortunately, most everybody is going to be 6 seconds or more apart from each other right now. Battle for third in the GT3 sees Fendi Racing Team and Spanish Racing Association apart by those 6 seconds. And then as well for 7th and 8th in that same class between Matrix Silver and CMSRacing.com Endurance 2. And here is that Fendi Racing Team in that battle for P3. Battle used a little bit loosely here since they're still far apart, but as we've seen in these 24-hour races, sometimes these fights might not be door-to-door as often. Sometimes it is a bit of a chess game out there. We'll see if they can manage to catch up to that number 23 team. Just got overtaken there by Scott Kessel in the Nasser CF Foundation Racing 17 car. Currently still have what looks to be about 29 of our 31 cars that started this race, 31 teams, I should say, that started this race still running, which is an excellent sign out there, as that means we've only had 2 retirements here, and we're already 7 hours into this race. That means they've gotten past some of the most difficult part with the worst of the traffic, as well as some of the most treacherous points in the race during the start. I'm joined now, of course, by Justin here, Justin Prince. And Justin, welcome into the booth here for our coverage of this hour of racing. We're into the night. This is always one of the trickier parts of racing at the Circuit de la Sarthe, with obviously limited visibility for our drivers.
Yes, indeed, especially when it comes to you're just going by the headlights, essentially, at this point of the race. It comes down to muscle memory. It comes down to memorization, really, if anything, to make sure you're hitting your marks right. Because if anybody slips up at this point of the race in the middle of the night, well, it's going to be a tough hill to climb, first of all, but second, it's going to be difficult to recover when it comes to a mistake at this point of the race, because it's kind of towards almost that midway point, just about, with how things are starting to click along. You don't want to be the driver that has to play catch-up for 16 hours straight to be able to get back into the same position as you were before. And the deeper the mistake and the bigger the mistake at the nighttime, from the bubbles to the darkness, the worse it's going to get.
Yeah, and we're definitely so far into it that, you know, the old adage, if you're going to have something go wrong, you want it to go wrong at the beginning. Well, we're not at the beginning anymore. So if you have some troubles, it's going to be a bit difficult to play catch up. That said, I believe we still have 4 of our GTPs on the lead lap. The rest, though, interestingly, 2 laps down or more. Operation Motorsport Red, the first one that has been lapped. So nobody a single lap down, I think, currently from our overall leader, although Operation Motorsport Red still within a lap of Phoenix Racing Adrenaline Motorsport, who sit in 4th place. We're going to check out the GTEs now, and this fight for third. Looks like this is heated up. This is much closer than before, Justin, as Sim HQ Motorsport has caught up to within a second and a half of Lost in pace.
Yeah, and so far, it seems as though lost in pace, try to make sure they don't get lost in space and lost in focus on holding this spot. Seems to be in a good spot despite that with some of the draft from some of the lap down cars and whatnot here. But the main thing I'm noticing just on this interval, Ewan Marshall is taking these corners a little bit more hotter, trying to enter in a little bit later, trying to gain a little bit extra time here, try and chase that carrot on a stick.
Hopefully he doesn't overdrive the car. Often you'll see that it's an issue. Drivers working that much harder once they feel like they're in range that they could maybe get a position. And you see the gap between them in the middle of your screen at the bottom. He is going to cut off one of our GTPs down into the Mulsanne corner. Not really cut off so much as take the racing line ahead of him, and now easily that prototype is passed. But our GTE car, sadly no longer racing at the real Le Mans, but able to compete here in the virtual world. Definitely an interesting dynamic that you've got between the prototypes, this middle class Justin, and the GT3 class cars. Hopefully they can play nice with one another.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to give each other space here. Usually in this series for PCA, they tend to be very cordial. They don't want to end up treating it like some may be where I'm a faster car, I want to go now. A lot of these drivers, especially with the club scene we've seen in PCA over the years, give each other space, race each other respectfully, race each other like it's the real world equipment, trying to make sure that they realize, hey, you're going to have to see this person after the race or talk to this person after the race. You don't want to make enemies, especially in the PCA or especially in any level. As one person put it for one of these styles of races, you have to treat it like you're going to go to the bar afterwards with somebody, or they're going to have a baseball bat with them in the car, as put in the PRL this past week. You need to treat each other with respect on the racetrack, no matter the class.
And you also think about how the PCA just treats their racing here online in general, where there is a huge emphasis on clean racing. You know, they have those penalties handed out even on the first lap, and are especially harsh if drivers winding up causing problems into there. They want to see everybody be able to get racing, get going, and get a good event in, so that they're not sitting in the pits instead of spending their time out there lapping. So no surprises that they have the same sort of focus here in this 24-hour race, where they want everybody to get the most time possible out there in the car. What is interesting, Justin, is the slight shift in rules, where yes, they have had series that have open setups and whatnot, but for this one, whereas normally they have the 5 different classes of drivers that they race over the course of 2 weeks, this one, everybody has been lumped into one, and they have no limit on iRating in the team. So this is drivers and teams can make up whatever sort of dream pairing they want to have and feel like they can pull together.
Yeah, and for many of these drivers, it's about working together as a team, right, for 24 hours, to be able to work as a group to get to the common goal of finishing the race. You don't want to be in that situation where one of those chains in the link, so to speak, are weaker than the others and you end up falling back. But better yet, it's just about the respect amongst the others. Once again, for a lot of these drivers today here, Joe, it's about fun. It's about for charity too, as we've touched upon, I think, throughout the broadcast coverage throughout the past day or so far. It's about racing for a good cause and racing sportsmanlike in a series known for sportsmanship.
Absolutely. We'll go over a few of those sponsors in a bit. In the meantime, we do have this battle starting to pick up. Lost in pace over Sim HQ, now separated by about 0.2 of a second. Will that 16 car sit behind, or are they going to try and make the overtake and see if they can run away? Well, this might answer it right there. That's way wide for Gabriel Albano in Lost in pace. He's going to have a bit of a poor exit out of the Mulsanne hairpin, but doesn't look like Ewan had much of a good one either. And there it is right there, Justin. He's going to let him go and just fight that battle another day.
Yeah, just felt with some of the bobbles there that it's better to just save, maybe use them as a saving device for the fuel, just race respectfully and give the space there, than try and fight it aggressively and lose each other top of the racetrack. Because the next nearest car, mind you, on the pylon is what? A minute and a half behind? They've got space to work together. There's not a lot to lose here unless the time accumulates. In the 19's case, Marshall, too, has already pulled away by 2 seconds here with the pit stop window open.
Yeah, it looks like Albano was not able to hold on as well as he would have liked. While the slipstream is pretty powerful here, I don't think it's 2 seconds powerful that he can reel it back in unless he had some sort of hiccup that I didn't see there that cost him that amount of time that quickly. So it does look like Sim HQ is going to kind of skitter away at this stage as we got one driver leaving pit lane now. So having completed their stop, that is Matthew Siddall for Matrix Bronze. That team actually currently our leader in the GTEs, and even after their pit stop, so they've got a full pit stop in hand over Imperial Motorsports because they just finished theirs. Chris Pies in that car just stopping in pit lane P2 and GT. I actually got to meet Chris in person recently, Justin. Very nice guy down in Texas at a Porsche event I was working at, and definitely a fun little chat, and glad to see he's able to take part in this Enduro.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people do this because of the good cause, obviously, for one, but two, it's the French countryside, and to talk in broad terms, it's a racetrack with a lot of character. It's a racetrack with a lot of expertise, where if you like speed, you have your major sections. If you like being more of a technical driver, it's got its portions of that in the second half of the course. It's a challenging racetrack, and it takes a whole team dynamic to get the job done. Christopher Pies from Imperial Motorsports coming out of the pit lane here. He's one of the better drivers you can throw into the race car when it comes to this style of racing we've seen when it comes to PCA competition and across some of the different league scenes as of late.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've watched him race for a number of years now and definitely has shown himself to be quite a quick driver. We'll see if he can pick up the pace a little bit, catch Matrix Bronze, and run down Matthew Siddall about minute 12 up the road currently in that GTE class. So definitely a ways to go, that's for sure, but not impossible with 16 hours left on the clock on this one. I just saw Phoenix Racing with Adrenaline Motorsports take their pit stop, so that's going to move them out of third in the GTPs as they take their service. We've had a few pit stops as we've picked up coverage here, but the last of them, I think, now getting done with that. Strategy always such a big part in this race, because you touched on it, Justin. The fuel saving always such a huge factor, especially if you can hook up with somebody that's about the same pace.
Yes, indeed, and that's the beauty of this racetrack, right? People just gravitate normally towards that natural pace, driver to driver and team to team in some circumstances. So it's a dynamic that always is almost like art in motion when it comes to motorsports. Eventually, the driver and team average pace will settle itself and equalize itself in big spots and important spots for the very end of the race.
Looks like this is ST Racing's number 38 machine. Got oh, excuse me, that is not him. Saw the number 2 on the side of the car. Thought that was our second place vehicle. I guess it needs to cross the line and update. That is Luke Mann, actually, that we are watching. So they are running in 4th right now. So I believe this is the car that just pitted. So that's why that number 2 board on the side of the car was a little bit inaccurate there. They're through the first chicane, now renamed as Daytona, and on back down through the Mulsanne once again. And that beautiful Porsche GTP didn't quite see the results they wanted in this class at the real race this year. But of course, they had a great run with a win down in the GT3. So they'll be able to make up for that here today, since it'll absolutely be in a Porsche winning at the Circuit de la Sarthe. We're going to head back to the battle between third and fourth, where Sim HQ has been caught, but that is after they had their pit stop. And Gabriel Albano still in this car. James Andrew, the one ahead in the Sim HQ machine. I'm actually not sure, Justin, how they came back together, because it was about 2 seconds difference. Oh, no, I say that. I'll answer my own question, Justin. It was 2 seconds difference in pit lane, so that's what happened.
Yeah, that sometimes can happen, right? Is you end up having offset pit box, you have difference on strategy, you might have a driver swap come in. It kind of is about the calculation, right? And many drivers and teams, especially the highest levels, almost run it through a spreadsheet to try and calculate, okay, this driver is going to put this average time. When can we do the double stint or a triple stint, let's say, on tires or anything along those lines? When do we take the tires? When do we make the driver swap based on some of the scheduling and based on what's optimal on pace? All of that is talked about a lot as a whole amongst the team before the race. So really, I don't think it's too much of a panic to lose 2 seconds in the pit lane, but we'll see if Sim HQ finds the speed again by the later stage of the run that they found compared to lost in pace.
Now, when we picked up coverage, we were trying to follow this battle that has now reemerged. This is Schadenfreude Racing, or Schadenfreude Fodder, excuse me, versus Stallion's racing team. They did fall to about 8 seconds apart after Stallions had an off. They've already made that back up, and now they're trying to go on the attack, see if they can get this position right back. They're coming up to the braking, I think, into Daytona, but it does look like that Jarawala is not willing to risk it quite yet. Volker Krebs will hold on to that P10 and the GTPs as we hop on board.
Once again, lots of traffic for them to navigate as well. Almost having to follow in the headlights, the car in front, to use as a guiding beam to see, is there more traffic? Now I gotta see, is there a way around the door, so to speak, in the Stallions machine? Is there a chance to be able to maybe leapfrog? Should I go into the fuel save? Where is the traffic gonna be? That's all questions where you don't want to end up going for the pass and then all of a sudden, peekaboo, there's a race car there.
Absolutely. You got to be very aware of what's going on around you. That is for sure. And checking back in with Lost in Pace. We got 2 battles going on at once. So we're spoiled for choice after things looked well far apart from one another in the rest of the field. I think big thanks to Hugo, our director, to be able to pull up both and help us keep an eye on each of them. Does look like Sim HQ might be able to make this pass on Lost in Pace. They're going to be looking off to the side as they get to the braking of the second chicane, and they are going to be through. So Gabriel Albano falls back down to 4th.
So far, back and forth they go, right? This is right back to the conversation point I had, where teams will gravitate towards each other just like this, where they end up going back and forth. And it goes back to the same point. They got an even bigger cushion just about as they had before on Flying Ryan Racing. They have an opportunity to battle if they so choose. They won't lose that much time in terms of the battle to keep ahead of 5th, but they aren't really gaining necessarily on Imperial.
Yeah, I wonder if they do maybe need to try and use that slipstream to work together to see if they can catch Imperial and think a big picture out here. Sometimes that's easier said than done, trying to coordinate working together with someone you're technically competing against. So don't know whether or not we'll actually see them try to do that. So though it is possible. And we go double screen here on these 2 battles, and up at the top, that is our GTP fight for 10th place heading through the Ford chicane. Bit of a bad run from Schadenfreude Fodder. This means Stallion Racings can actually try and get the pass done, and it doesn't look like they've got the momentum as they head through the canyon that is the pit straight.
Yes, indeed. So it's getting interesting when it comes to a lot of this now, too, where you start to have the interclass traffic almost start to overlap on top of things. So it's going to be where, okay, who's in what position here in terms of class membership, where are they at when it comes to what lap. It's going to require a lot of keeping an eye on things. Lawson Pace trying to go very defensive in that bottom corner as they swap around again.
All right, so we're seeing quite a bit of back and forth. Oh, and Stallions Racing Team now managing to get a run here, so that's looking good for them. Although they duck back in line behind Schadenfreude fodder now that they passed that lap traffic. They're going to poke their nose out once again, this time deep on the brakes down into the Daytona chicane. And they are through, although they went in there very hot. Looks like they kept it within the barriers and managed to get out the other side. You talked about Flying Lion Racing. It sounds like we might have a chance to talk with one of their drivers. We've got Joachim Baker ready to talk to us here. That's the number 218 who currently runs in 5th in the GTEs. So let's drag him in and see how he feels about how the team is doing. Joachim, welcome up to the booth. You guys running 5th in class right now, but what's the mood inside the team?
The mood inside is good. We're obviously we're running the caboose right now, but we've got our tow line out, and we're gonna work to slowly inch back to the rest of the field in front of us. Our objective really is running clean laps on these low temperatures, get quicker laps on the map, and we're actually putting in some pretty decent times now. So, plus there's another 16 hours to go, and God knows what happened.
You've got Brett Holmes, Josh Wilkie, and J.R. Gregory sharing the car with you. Do you guys all have a pretty strict plan on who's going to be in the car when, or are you playing it by ear?
Oh no, we've got a completely cooked up schedule, exactly how many stints per session for each person. And the way we've set it up is every one of us, we start out with spotting for 2 or 3 stints, and then we get in the car for 2 or 3 stints. And then whoever spots first goes into the car, and when that person goes into the car, the next one comes up to start a spotting session and then do the driving section.
Ooh, I like that system. That sounds very smart, actually. How has it been working well for you guys? Has it been pretty seamless?
Oh yeah, I mean, schedule-wise, we have the spreadsheet where we're tracking things, and I have an option to make corrections to the timing, and so far I've only had to make like a 1.5 minute adjustment to the whole schedule.
Well, I mean, that's impressive that you guys have been that spot on through this. Just shows that the preparations have been going pretty well, I suppose. But what's your ultimate goal in this race? I know you said you guys wanted to have fun. You want to get to the finish. Do you think you can grab a 4th or a 3rd, or are you just going to try and see the checkered flag?
The goal is to get a podium, but only if there's going to be some significant misfortune happening, I'm afraid. Because, I mean, the other teams in the RSR, they are very fast. So we really have to work hard to make sure that we keep up and then see what kind of dice is being thrown.
I know you're obviously not in the car right now, but what are your thoughts on night racing, especially here? Is that something you enjoy, or is that a challenge that you don't look forward to?
Oh, I like the night racing. The only thing I'm always worried about is getting into the car first, where you're getting into a car and it's heavy, and it's in fact, I'm going to be going in next after Josh here on used tires, so that first lap is always a bit dicey, and I'm just hoping that there's not a bunch of traffic coming at me on that first lap. Once I've done my first lap, usually I'm good to go and I can manage it, but that first lap is always a bit more challenging.
Well, before we let you go, you've got all of PCA watching. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
My whole team, and mostly to Doug Atkinson and Stephen Kemp and Bob Rose, the major organizers of the PCA24. It's been a lot of work for them, and I think everyone appreciates them putting this together. It's an exciting race to do.
Yeah, can't thank them enough as well from our end. That is Joachim Baker. Thank you for coming and chatting with us, the driver of the number 218 Flying Lion Racing Machine.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Justin, sounded pretty calm, pretty collected. So I'd say his, talking about how everything's been on schedule for them kind of bears itself out. I feel the same way if everything we planned is basically hitting the marks.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going perfectly to plan, which is perfect. To say the very least, you can't really go anything wrong with that. And it kind of just emphasizes when talking about how things can go for a race, you have to factor in for a lot of differences and what can happen, what can't happen in a certain race. So it's an interesting discussion point when it comes to the race. Usually it doesn't go by the script. When it goes by the script, what else can you say other than, okay, what can go wrong from the script?
I was just thinking that, yeah, it's when's the other shoe going to drop? It's you kind of, I feel like in endurance racing, you're always waiting for something to go wrong here. But one team that hasn't had things going wrong, let's go to the other end of the spectrum in the GTEs. I believe Justin's caught up with Shay McNeely from Matrix Bronze. That's our leader in the 55 car.
Yes, indeed. Believe we have Shay right here. So, Shay, first things first, how have things been looking so far? You guys are leading by 1 minute and 17 seconds. How's the plan been looking?
It's working out. We had a little bit of an incident of a cat walking across a keyboard, turned off our engine. We fell back to the bottom, and, I don't want to reveal too much, but our plan's working out just how we wanted.
Okay, I'm very curious now. How does the cat end up walking across the keyboard to shut off the motor in that exact time?
Well, it was early on. Something has to go wrong. So our driver, Jordan, had his wireless keyboard on the ground, and the cat apparently decided it was a good time to walk across.
That's an interesting point. But since then, what has been the team morale been like outside of, putting the cat on timeout?
It's been good. We're really excited with how we're doing. I just finished a 4-hour stint. It was pretty brutal, but we're all hyping each other up. We're ready to keep going.
Overall, how does it feel to be a part of an event like this, as well for good causes, but also in terms of being a part of a major event like this for the PCA?
We've done PCA's other major events. It's always really exciting. It's always a great time to come to the OPMO events and support a great cause. But yeah, it's really well organized. Have to give credit to all the organizers. They just do a wonderful job every time.
So, a lot to think about up at the very front here. How difficult has it been for you and your drivers to see in the darkness, so to speak, and keep on the viewpoints of got to keep it on the racetrack?
Matt's our first real, dark runner. He's doing really well. He's handling it really well. Luckily, we got a few extra hours of nice, bright running with that fog that rolled in. But he's doing great so far. Still setting fast laps, so we're good to see it.
Shay, is Joe Peak up here in the booth. We saw you take over for Jordan, as you said, Matthew, you picking things up. It's looking good with that first place, but how do you temper your expectations? Does this fill you with confidence towards the end, considering we're so early? Are you staying trepidatious about how this all is playing out? What's the mood?
Well, we fell down pretty far early on. That was a bit of a mood tamper, but we're trying not to be too confident because you don't want to get cocky and then ruin everything. So while we're all excited, we're all taking a step back and saying, okay, it's not over yet. We got a little ways to go.
That's probably a wise way to go about things here. Is the win your ultimate goal with the winning class? Obviously, is that what you set the goal as coming into this race as well?
I think coming into the race, we were really just shooting for a podium. We knew there were fast guys. Pies is always super on top of everything. Even in the team racing series, he's always doing really well. So we thought, really just expect a podium, but it's looking like we might be looking for a win here.
How did you guys decide to form your team? Was there already a special bond that you guys had, or what was kind of the impetus to form this team?
You know, Matt and I have always been TRS teammates. Jordan was our teammate for last year. Lenny's just a great driver, so we thought, you know, this is the perfect mix. We've all got some kind of chemistry racing with each other, so we might as well put it to the PCA 24.
I like it. Well, best of luck out there, and again, excellent job so far running first.
Thanks, guys.
Shane McNeely for Matrix Bronze, your current leader in the GTE class. Sounds like we might be talking to Derek Cyphers here. I'm double checking, see if we've got him ready to go. He's not only got his own team that he's fighting for, but they are one of the teams that has a charity that they are racing for, Justin. So these guys, a lot of the teams are trying to raise money for many nonprofits out there.
Yeah, and that's exactly what was touched upon a bit. A lot of focus about being able to raise money for a good cause, with plenty of the benefactors, in fact, during that first broadcast of the segment, taking the time to speak with us here on RaceSpot before. For a lot of these drivers, it's about running for a great cause. And that, again, epitomizes what the PCA stands for in terms of good causes, in terms of racing for the charity, racing for the sportsmanship, as was touched upon earlier, and better yet, being able to raise money for those who are in need.
Well, let's chat with Derek and see what he thinks about how this is going, as well as to tell us a little bit about the organization that they're trying to raise money for. Derek Cyphers, this is Joe Peak up in the booth. You're running for the number 17 Master CF Foundation Racing, and naturally it sounds like you guys are raising money for the CF Foundation. Can you tell us a little bit about it and why you chose that organization?
Yeah, hey Joe, good to hear from you guys. Yeah, so cystic fibrosis is it's a genetic disease that basically makes the mucus in the lungs and digestive system really thick and sticky, and that causes breathing and digestion problems. And actually both of my sons, who are 4 and 7 years old, were born with this disease. So that's why we're raising it for the foundation. It's one of those things, if it goes untreated, basically leads to hospitalizations, lung transplants, and historically has had a very low, high mortality rate, low life expectancy. But the CF Foundation has been awesome for us. My boys have been on, the best medications that medicine can find right now since they were born, and as a result, life expectancy on it has gone from like 30 years, about 20 to 30 years ago, to now 50 plus. So it's pretty impressive work, and they're just a really great organization to work with.
That's incredible, and obviously this is something that's very personal to you. Have you told your boys that of what you're doing here? Do they know about your racing and enjoy watching?
They do. We've had a lot of support from friends and family and the master team. We've actually raised over $2,400 already, so I'll make the boys do a little thank you video probably at the end, and we'll send it to everybody who's donated.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love that. What about how the team has been doing so far out on the track? You guys are in the top 10, so nothing to sniff at there. Are you pleased with that, or are you aiming higher?
Well, we've definitely been weathering some of the endurance race challenges. One of our drivers, Steve Komatz, unfortunately, right before the race was having computer problems and a bunch of other stuff going on, so we rapidly substituted in Scott Kessel, who has been a lifesaver taking his stints, and we've just been working our way around the track for a while. It looks like Scott actually just had a hardware failure about an hour ago and dropped us about 4 minutes. But the team's been awesome. They've been hanging in there doing everything you're supposed to do, and they've been dominating the stints here on Saturday. And I'm about to get in the car and start pulling my own weight here in a little bit. So.
Well, I love the stick-to-itiveness. Glad to see you guys are pushing to carry on. With Steve coming in so late, was he comfortable, or is he comfortable with the setup, and how did you guys settle on a setup? Did you go for something that's easy to drive or fast?
Yeah, we definitely feel like we have a fast setup. We did dial a little bit of safety into it. It was a little oversteery on power. So we worked on it quite a bit. We feel good. We know we can do sort of 324 or 323 when we're really pushing in good conditions. Scott's been driving the GTP a lot just in general, so he was an easy substitute, and he's taken to it really well. So I feel good about where we're at, and hopefully we can make up some positions here as the race goes on.
This is just a Prince for the RaceSpot booth as well here, Derek. So on that note here, what are some of the keys to be able to finish off where you want to finish, so to speak, trying to keep it clean? What's kind of the strategy and the keys to get to your goal for tonight?
Well, there's definitely like a few things that you can't do, and that's number one, you can't get into any silly accidents. So you got to be patient. I'm really proud of how our team drives. I don't want to be one of the GTPs that's pushing the other cars around. So we're trying to be patient, we're trying to be smart and not make a big mistake. And then the slowdowns here are just brutal. It'll give you a 1 second slowdown that takes 4 seconds off your lap. So we just want to be smart. We want to avoid mistakes and just keep doing what we're doing. And I'll try to get in the car here and throw down as best a laps as I can while meeting those goals. And we'll just we'll see where we finish. It's a long race, so just got to be patient and control what you can control. And I think we'll do all right.
So, just to confirm, when's the next time you'll be in the car?
I should be getting in the car here right after this last stint here that Scott's doing.
Okay, on that note then, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before you jump in the car pretty soon here?
Just thanks to my wife and kids who have been putting up with the preparation for this, and I'm going to be racing late, and then I'm going to get up really early and do more stints in the morning. So they've been really gracious, and want to thank them and thank all of our friends and family who have donated to the cause.
Well, Derek, on that note, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, guys.
Wonderful stuff there from Derek Cyphers, raising money for a very, very good cause, obviously. And like I said, very personal to him. I always love that when there's that extra motivation. You could tell that it's really meaningful to the drivers and the teams, Justin, that they're not just out there racing. They're trying to make a difference.
Exactly. And some people, depending on how the organization layout is, decide, okay, we're going to base it off miles. You don't want to end up being the team that says, we promised to do this, but you know what, we left it after a crash. No, this is the type of event where you want to do as many hours as possible, and that's kind of the encouraging signs we heard from their team in regards to making sure they raise the funds, but also make sure they run the laps to be able to put on as best performance they can for their charity.
Exactly. You can't give up out there, and that is definitely in the spirit of these 24-hour races. Do not give up. You just don't know what can happen, so you got to get back out there and try your hardest to keep logging laps and go as quick as you can. Well, right now, just in case you were curious and you just joined us, ST Racing Esports 28 is still our leader, Leon Seeley, in the number 30 GTP that is up there at the very front. We just mentioned it not long ago that Matrix Bronze with Matthew Siddall in that GTE car is leading that middle class. And then down in the 222, Full Send Racing with Josh Powell is currently in that GT3 class lead. So there's your top driver, top team in each of our three classes of the 29 cars still out on the track right now. Does feel like while we're doing those interviews, Justin, things have separated just a little bit. Stallions, once they pass Schadenfreude Fodder, gapped themselves to about 3.5 to 4 seconds ahead of them. So that battle isn't going anymore. And Sim HQ is now about 2.5 seconds of lost in pace. So we now enter that part of the night, I think, where things start to maybe get a bit monotonous. Drivers get a little bit tired. Will we see anybody just maybe nod off a little bit?
Just as you asked that question, it looks like the Spanish Racing Association may have ran out of gas and had to coast it uphill. So this is the time where things can get monotonous. Yes, it can get patient. It can get calm, almost too calm with the centrifuges of the night. But sometimes things go bump in the night and go wrong.
Interesting that they cut that close. They're kind of lucky that they made it in time. That's the 688 team that did make it into their stall. but they're now down in 4th place, and they're finishing up their pit stop currently. We'll see where they cycle back out, which looks like it should be actually 4th place. They're just emerging now ahead of Wabbit Racing. And so, yeah, Janik Plesher is going to be inside that car. Not a very Spanish name, if I have to be honest.
I mean, I don't know what else to really say on that outside of they got the fuel, they're off and away. That's quite simple as that. Sometimes you just keep it simple. So for their sake at least, though, that's going to cost them a lot of time, because it looked like they coasted for a good 20, 30 plus seconds at least before they got to the pit stall. That's going to put them way behind based on a communication error. And now it's going to put them in a spot where they're going to have to play catch up the whole rest of the nighttime.
Well, the good thing for them is that was a little close with the SD Racing 38 car kind of second-guessing themselves before passing. But yeah, the good thing for them is that nobody expects the Spanish Racing Association, so they are at least having surprise on their side as we check out some of the diligent virtual fans all around this fantastic circuit, staying up throughout the night to watch the headlights flash by here at this circuit. The weather, as you'd expect, is very, very cool now that it has hit the evening time, about 68 Fahrenheit on the track surface itself. That's 20 Celsius for those on the metric end of things. And yeah, in fact, some of the shots here, look at that. I mean, my goodness, there's nothing but just specks of the headlights that we can see.
Yeah, they could see a little bit more, I think, in the cockpit themselves with the headlights, but it doesn't really help much outside the fact, and it's almost like trying to, you know, the darkest thing possible, of course. That almost gives that vibe where it's near full pitch blackness, just to be able to see from outside those lights, and that's why you need headlights, right? Without the headlights, well, you never know if there's anything that's there on the other side of the hill crest. You never know, just to say you're driving down a country road, and you never know if there's going to be like a deer or something in that regard.
Insert your car's joke about being lit up and not having the headlights here, but as we watch the beautiful lights of the Ferris wheel go by, just looking over the front stretch, we are down to just about 16 hours to go, so almost a third of the way through this race pretty soon. And it has been an interesting one for those that are carrying on. But we're watching one of our GTP cars fly down along what looks like either the Mulsanne or through Gulf here up to Indianapolis. We'll find out soon enough once it gets to a braking zone, and I think that is actually down into the first chicane. So that is the Mulsanne that he is on. And it amazes me how quickly these GTP cars do whip through some of those chicanes. This latest prototype format, Justin, is not short of impressive speed. Yeah,
it's been pretty quick down these straightaways, around 200 plus miles an hour after all, especially down the Mulsanne straight. But it takes a lot more intricacy to make sure you know the exact point of when to lift and when to hit the brake and turn. Because there's a lot of times we see drivers just blow right through that corner, and it causes melee or bedlam at one point. It takes an art form to know when do you hit the brake, and when do you get the right arc in to hit the corners just right and bump those Mulsanne chicanes with the speeds carried.
Meanwhile, coming out of Mulsanne hairpin and flying down towards Indianapolis, he'll carry on into the darkness with few cars around at this stage, which might honestly be for them not having to worry about overtaking that traffic any better. Cleaner laps, not overtaking the slower cars when you're in the GTPs. He is approaching a couple of them here down into Indianapolis. Is the number 30, our overall leader. Next one up going to be Stephen Hatter for Fendi Racing Team. That's actually third place in the GT3, so this is a very good race for that car right now. Actually, well, down one position from where they started, as they were on the front row, it appears. But a podium here, I'm sure, will be welcome for them once they get to the end. And just another little car that they're going to dive by before they get into the Porsche curves. That was the Matrix Bronze leading at GTE. And now, once again, they have clean air in front.
Yeah, ST Racing Esports put an outright dominant performance. Matrix starting to put on that similar type of pace. It's been pretty dominant pace. But keep an eye on some of the times they've been running. Their best lap's not as great as most recent in the 38 machine by a second or so, but they've got the cushion. There's a reason you have the different drivers come in with their lineup and with the way things have played out. ST Racing Esports 30 entry just has been able to accumulate more time as the race has progressed by the 10th, because here's the thing when it comes to this French countryside. The time adds up a lot over the course of 24 hours. If you're faster even by a 10th, think about it this way. You're gaining at least a few seconds per hour as a result of that speed if you do that by average.
Yeah, just pushing constantly, not making mistakes. That is going to be so critical to coming away with the win here. And so far, that number 30 machine has done it the best of anyone. So Stephen Hatter in our GT3 class going to stop now. Fendi taking their next pit stop. Let's see if they're going to swap drivers out and put somebody else in, because it does look like they're getting ready to do so. And, well, I thought he was going to. It looks like actually maybe it's just a bit of blinking. Usually that happens when drivers start to find themselves swapping out. So, nope, Stephen Hatter is going to stay in the car. That vehicle behind him is Colin Oliver's Cars Racing machine. They're in 11th in the GT3, so they're actually a lap or two down from that third place car there, Justin.
Yeah, so we're about near the top of the hour. Should see a flurry of pit stops pretty soon, actually, if those drivers are on cycle, as long as it's not the Spanish Racing Association car at this point. So as long as the race goes to plan, you're trying to make sure you keep on hitting that hour mark normally in most circumstances. Now, the smart play we've seen over the years that's going to be difficult after all, Joe, is going to be trying to cut out the pit stop. You have to be in full tilt on that strategy by this point to stretch the extra couple minutes to try and cut that extra pit stop out of the straight.
Got another team that's raising money for a wonderful charity, and that is the Operation Motorsport Red Team. Right now, it is Matt Smotherman in the car, but we've got Tyler Gilmet with us to talk about their cause and how the team is doing. Tyler, welcome up to the booth. Do you want to tell us a little bit about Operation Motorsport? I know PCA has been pretty involved with them over the years.
Yeah, Joe, good talking with you guys. Operation Motorsport is a absolutely fantastic organization that helps medically retired and disabled veterans with recovery, get us involved in motorsports. A bunch of us are with race teams doing fuel, tires. Myself, I'm a mechanic. Matt in the car there was race control for SRO for a couple of years. It's it's a really helpful organization, and it does a lot to get us back functioning well, I guess is some way to put it.
Exactly. And, I wanted to ask, since it sounds like you're actually taking part in the organization yourself, how has that helped you? Have you noticed a difference, and do you feel like it's really helped you kind of readjust after your service?
Yeah, it's hard to explain, but I can definitely see a shift in myself as far as, where I was 3 years ago, because I started volunteering with the organization, then transferred over to the beneficiary side. But even, just comparing that to now, I'm so much better. I'm happier. I found myself again.
That's fantastic to hear, and that motorsports has the ability to do that is just another testament to this wonderful sport. What about here on the sim racing side, especially in this race itself? I asked one of the other teams, what kind of made them put together the group that they did. Do you guys all have involvement with Opmo?
Yeah, so all three of us driving here in the race. Two of us are current beneficiaries of the organization, and Matt is an alumni. He finished his last year in 23. So we've been, close ties with PCA over the years, with the car corrals that they've run, and a couple of these different charity events. So when they announced it, we immediately signed up.
I love that. So you guys doing pretty good, top 5. How you feeling about that? You feel like you could do better, or is this about where you aimed?
We always hope to do better, but seeing the pace of the top guys, we can't compete up there. It's going to take some unfortunate problems for the guys in front for us to really get any further up the field. So we're happy at 5. So now we're just kind of chugging away, keep the car clean. We did have one incident earlier, but we've been able to bounce back and pretty happy right now.
I know we're only 8 hours in, but this is, a pretty tiring form of racing. How do you plan to keep yourself awake?
Just lots of snacks when I'm out of the car, try and get some, at least rest my eyes here after my next stint coming up, because we're going to start quadruple stinting here to give us some time to rest with only 3 drivers. So yeah, see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, the 3-person team is always a challenge. I'm impressed you guys are able to do that, but excellent work. And just before I let you go, anybody want to give a mention to?
I always got to give a shout out to PCA for hosting the race and doing all this work to raise money for different charities. You guys for the broadcast and spreading the word, and then Operation Motorsport for everything they do for us and the other military members.
Well, Tyler, thank you so much for coming and chatting with us, and best of luck.
All right, thank you, Joe. You guys have a good night.
Tyler Gilmet, racing for the number 22 team. Well, Justin, that was a fantastic, very enlightening little interview. This whole team, all involved in the same organization. I love that camaraderie that they've got going.
Yeah, Operation Motorsport especially has been a huge part of PCA and been a big part in sim racing in general in the past few years. Remember, they've hosted their own events as well, and events through the PCA to try and get people involved in the military back into the race, into a car, and basically to help them after coming back from overseas, right? So it's an opportunity to be able to help those in the military, and it's been always one of the big things when it comes to some of the PCA events, especially in the past 2, 3, 4 years at least, that comes to mind, trying to help those in regards to get them involved in sim racing.
Yeah, we have to remember that it's such a different culture in the military for a lot of these folks that come out of service, and trying to make that adaptation into civilian life can sometimes be a little bit harder than we realize. So I can't thank Opmo enough for all that they've done for helping so many service members not only readjust, but really finding some purpose and giving themselves drive and a feeling of belonging that many are probably looking for after stepping out from so many people they've come close to in their services. And in the meantime, watching the headlights just slice through the dark here for our 5th place team that we were just talking to. Tyler driving for Matt Smotherman, still in that car, and clicking off what looks like pretty decent laps there, pretty consistently 325, 326 being put on the board. But as was mentioned, they're about 2 minutes behind the next driver in 4th place, and they're 2 laps behind our lead car that number 30 right now. So they're looking well off of a potential win, but you can't put anything down. And honestly, you know, we keep bringing out that platitude, Justin. I feel like it can't be stressed enough in endurance racing. It's like, don't give up, because you seriously do not know what's going to happen. If the car in front of you has a problem, even if you don't wish it on them, that's an opportunity.
Exactly. It's an opportunity for positions, an opportunity in the race in general, but obviously you want to do it on track. It doesn't feel as gratifying if you pick up, say, a position on the racetrack, referring to, and you end up having it made up because of somebody's mistake or somebody's ill will. You want to be able to prove you can outpace them on the racetrack as a driver.
Yes, and down into pit lane, that looks to be Phoenix Racing that we just saw, and they're going to be followed by Solpec, who's actually the fourth place car that I was mentioning ahead of Opmo. So they're going to take their service now. Wonder when we're going to be seeing Tyler get back into that car for that 22 team as we check in with, I believe, one of our GT3 cars, Jorge Soligo, and the 222 leading the race. He has just taken over for Josh Powell in that Full Send Racing team. So he must have hopped in a bit ago, because it has been 2 laps I'm seeing that he's been in the car, and is off and on his way. Justin?
Yeah, Full Send Racing's been big in the league scene, especially. It's not a surprise to see them doing very well here, especially over Solpec Precision Racing. So far, they are both big in the league scene, but Full Send focuses a lot of their efforts to the roadside. So it looks like for a lot of their drivers, taking some of the notes from the other side and saying, let's have some fun with this, but also having the pace to back it up. Full Send has been a bit more so, though, in touring cars as a team than they have been in Porsches.
Watching them come down into the braking here. Full Send car coming through the Porsche curves and back around to finish a lap once again. We'll be taking off in just a few minutes, and we'll give you a quick rundown before we head out here, but we will be back a little bit later. Don't worry. We'll have a couple of updates and bits of coverage here throughout what is the night over here on the East Coast, of course, but obviously we're well into the night within the race itself, since it's actually about, well, just past midnight right now within the sim. So they've ticked on over into the next day, technically. There is your weather out there on the track. Why don't we give a quick top 5 for each of our classes here, Justin, in case our viewers are unaware of what's happening out there. And, well, we talked about that number 30 team and how dominant they've been looking. They're still over a minute ahead right now, up at the very front, and not looking like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon. However, Leon Seeley has hopped out of the car. Alberto Alvarez is back in that machine. And the ST Racing team doesn't just have first place in the prototypes, they have second place as well. The number 38 car with Mark Vocho in that machine. Vocho, I think is how it's pronounced. Apologies if I've got that wrong, Mark. But he's been in that car for quite some time, although they did pit about a lap ago. So he has had a brief moment of respite. Then in third, it's Phoenix Racing with Adrenaline Motorsport. They just pitted this lap, and it is Luke Mann, who is on his second stint in that number 12 machine right now, with a healthy gap of a lap over the next car back, which is the number 111 team, Solpec Precision Racing, who I had mentioned not long ago in that fourth position. They still remain there, and actually it looks like, I think they've swapped out drivers, looking like they're doing 1 and 1, because Pat Pelchat was in it, Karsten Quint was in it, and now Pat's right back into the car. Not sure if they're having issues or if they're just kind of preferring to do these short, quick stints out there. Regardless, behind them is fifth place in the prototypes, and that is Operation Motorsport Red. We were just talking to one of the teammates, Tyler, out there, helping watch from above. in the box, but we've got Matt Smotherman, who is in the car and has been in the car since lap 114. So he's been running a long stint, and that rounds out our top 5 in the prototypes. What about our top 5 down in the GTEs there, Justin?
Well, so far, the 5 machines on track, Matrix Bronze, we've seen them dominate at this time slot at least so far. Matthew Siddall behind the wheel at the 55 after starting 3rd in the class. A minute and 22 seconds back, that's where you find Imperial Motorsports. We talked with them earlier. Our team talked about them earlier, should say. Christopher Pye's working with the traffic at the moment. Then you have Sim HQ Motorsports Orange. That is 3 seconds now up over Lost in Pace. They've been able to run away from the Lost in Pace entry with James Andrew behind the wheel. Lost in Pace, by the way, losing time as the straightaways go on. Urbano's trying to find a way to get some of the pace back from space. Flying Lion Racing, rather I should say, rounding out your top 5 with Wilkie behind the wheel. So far, they're 3 minutes and 43 seconds back of Matrix Bronze.
Then that takes us to our GT3 cars, being led by Full Send Racing. As I mentioned, they have swapped out drivers within the last 3 laps. Josh Powell being taken over by Jorge Saligo in that number 50 or number 222 car, I should say. And they're with a healthy lead out there on track right now, about a minute over the next nearest car, which is Solpec Precision 112. So different from that GTP group, but sister team out there. Ray Kingsbury is currently running for them. In fact, he's run a good chunk of, this nighttime session where he was in for quite a while. Then Kevin Simpson took over, and now Ray's back in that machine. Fendi Racing Team has been sitting in that 3rd spot for some time. They're only 23 seconds. This is one of the actually closest battles we have of any of these top 5 groups. Only one closer is down for 3rd and 4th in the GTEs. But Fendi Racing Team could maybe try and play catch up here, see if they can take that 2nd spot away on the podium. That takes us down to 4th, where Spanish Racing Association sees that 688 car with Yannick Plescher still in that machine. A bit of a distance compared to what I just mentioned, a minute and 13 between P3 and P4. And it's about the same distance back to Wabbit Racing, honestly one of my favorite names out there. And Austin Bluer is currently in that car, has been in there for, looks like about 2, maybe 3 stints at this stage, driving the number 26 around with about a lap gap over the next car down, so they're sitting comfortable in that top 5. This is going to wrap up our coverage of this hour of racing. We will be back at midnight Eastern time here on RaceSpotTV. I'm Joe Peak with Justin Prince here in the booth and Hugo Luis Kalman behind the scenes as our director. We thank you once again for joining us. Stick around because we will have visual coverage, though not commentator coverage, but we will be back soon later tonight.